Okay. Hi folks, and welcome back. Today we are going to be sewing my 5-finger puffy paws. So yesterday we sewed the applique version of this. So very good and fluffy. But today we'll be showing you how to sew the puffy paw version. This version is a bit more complicated. There is some hand sewing, so you will have to do that, unfortunately. But hand sewing's fun. Well, I like hand sewing anyway. So, start with, you need to get all your bits chopped out. Can't sew a pair of paws if you don't have your bits chopped out. So, paws for today I'm going to be sewing are the ones for this guy. He's going to be a pre-made. He'll be... Oh, this guy here. He's going to be a pre-made, which is going to be available soon, so look out for that if you're interested. So in terms of paw pads, there's a couple of ways you can do this. You can sew them on the machine with darts. The pattern for the paws, if I just grab this quickly, not that one. I've left it on the shelf, haven't I? Okay, so the pattern for the paw pads does have darts in it. You can sew these darts, that's fine. You just match the edges. I'll just sew this one quickly. So for the darted version, just fold them over. Like that. Do that for the other two. This is the quick way of doing the paw pads on these. So because this is such a small dart, you don't chop this off, just leave that in. Don't forget to backstitch at the start and end of your seam as well. So when you've sewn your paw pad, it's going to look something like this for the outer shell. You then need to put a base on that. Let me grab another one. Okay. So line up your notches. You can hand sew this bit if you want. It's just personal preference for this one. So you will notice it's a wee bit bigger. We're just going to manoeuvre it. So I've already gone ahead and sewn all the paw pads for this pair of paws. I will only be sewing one paw on this stream though. So what you also want to do is you'll want to leave a gap. We're going to stuff these before you sew the paws together. This is if you're using the regular backing. There is a modification you can do, which I like to call my adjustable stuffing mod. I'll be doing that on the next paw example, or paw pad example. So seam allowance for these is not big. It's only a couple millimeters. So if you don't feel confident on the machine doing a seam allowance that small, just hand sew these. That's fine. Maneuver everything so it's in place. When you've got to the end of that, just tie that off, cut your tails. So I'm taking this off in order to stuff it. I'm going to grab some polyfill and we're going to fill this. And then we're going to sew it shut through the gap. So the amount of stuffing you can fit in this is limited. If you sew these out of Mochi, you can get a lot more stuff in it, but you will also have to use Mochi stuffing. So it can be difficult to turn these paws if these are stuffed. You just need to go slowly and maneuver it. This kind of backing fabric I have as well is a polyester wool twill. So this stuff doesn't fray. The material you want to use from the backing, you don't want it to fray. These particular paws are going to be lined, so that's good enough for me. So I'm just going to use a pin here instead of a clip, so I can keep that definitely there. So maneuver it back under and where you left off. Need a wee bit more. Okay. So that's how you sew one paw pad. This outer is made of fleece that's been backed with a fabric so this doesn't stretch. However, if you use a stretchy fabric and you don't stabilise it like I did here, you can make your paw pads larger. So the next method of making your paw pads is called whipped gathers. So this one as well, I'm going to be using the adjustable stuffing mod. So I'm just going to sew these two bits together quickly so they don't shift. Usually I do this while I'm actually sewing the paw pad together instead of separately. That didn't like that. Went too close to the edge. That's okay. It's still sewn together. So the adjustable stuffing mod, you basically cut the base, the paw pad base, in half, and you overlap it slightly. You can see the bottom end's there, top end's here. And then you can still get into the stuffing. You can remove it, you can add more. And that's what I do, so that I don't have to stuff the paw pads before I sew the paws together. I can stuff them after. This mod as well, you don't need to sew this shut because this gap is overlapped. You don't need to sew it shut. And you can leave this as a finish on unlined paws as well, as long as you pick a material that doesn't fray for this bit. It needs to be stable without much stretch either. So there's a tiny wee bit of play there, but non-stretch fabric you want for the paw pad base. So in the case of the whipped gathers, I just mark where the top and bottom is, and we're going to pin this together. We're not going to machine sew this because this is a much more older technique. You could do a basting stitch around there and gather it on the machine that way. I'm not going to. So we are going to break out our hand sewing needle. I'm going to use some black thread so you guys can see, hopefully. Oh, 1 second, I've got a cat that's trying to get in. Just shut that door over. They're not allowed in the workshop. They've decided that today, because they can't see me, that it's time to break a break for it. Actually, I'll use the white thread. No, even better, I'm going to use some red stuff. Or yellow. Nah, yellow. Yellow will be visible. Okay. I think this is a recycled thread. Yeah, it's recycled polyester. I don't normally use something this fancy, for this job, but we will today. Okay. So I'm going to anchor this at the top here. Actually, no, I'm going to do the other side. So I just like to position it in the middle and then pin on either side, because we're not gathering on the sides. You can if you want, but your paw pad's going to come out a really weird shape if you do. Okay, so we need to gather up here and down here. So let's start roughly about here. So when we're doing whipped gathers, I'm gonna anchor our thread and we're just gonna whip stitch roughly about an inch. And before we start doing our gathers, we want to tie a knot. These are all going to get hidden as well when we sew the paw pads together. So I'm just going to go along this straight edge. It's about here. This is a very time consuming way of doing paw pads. But it does look nice. And if you have a fabric that's not stretch, like Minky, it makes for enough volume but without sewing all the darts. So I originally made this before Mochi became readily available. So just gonna mark this on the other side of where I want to stop. So now we're going to fold this back, the paw pad backing. I'm just going to pin this so it stays out of the way, and I'm going to do the same on the bottom of the paw pad as well, so that doesn't get in my way. So we're gonna take our needle, put it in the backing, and then we're gonna twist around and go through the backing. So we're going in a spiral motion. See if we can get this closer. Into the backing, and then wrap round over the edge into the backing. You can see that's started gathering the material together, and that's now going 3D. I'm going to pull that and go again. Okay, so through the backing to the front of the fabric, wrap your needle over into the backing again, and this is a relatively quick way of gathering fabric. Yes, it's already gathered down. So when we get to the end of this wee bit, what we're gonna do is undo that pin, and we're gonna pull this out and match the notch that we made. And we're going to use this to pull this tighter. And I'm just going to pin that just now with some clips there. So that's already gathered up. Now we do a whip stitch down to the same level on the other side. So we're not going to sew this down yet. We're going to come back and do that. So tie a knot where that ends for the gathering. So that won't come out, that won't shift in size either. And now we're doing our whip stitch. I think you might be able to tell I like whip stitches by now. So as I said before, this is quite a time-consuming way of doing paw pads. This was before Mochi was a widely available thing in the UK. And this was sort of a soft version of my silicone paw pads. Because originally this pattern was designed to work with silicone paw pads. I made hollow silicone pads and sewed those in. But nowadays we can get things like Mochi quite easily. So if you do want to use Mochi for this, you can just sew two of the paw pad bases together. I would still do the adjustable stuffing mod because that's just easier, and you can see how big your paw pads are getting if you do that when they're turned the right way around. Okay, so that's us done that line down, and now we're going to do the whipped gather again round here, and then we're going to go around and whip stitch again. So if you're sewing these without the adjustable stuffing mod, this is the point where you'll stuff this after you've got the bottom part gathered. You also don't need to sew this in just now. You can leave these pinned ready for when you start sewing in to the palm fabric. But I usually just like to have them already made. Okay, so let's bring you closer up for this. See if I can get a better view. Okay, so come on, focus. So a bit there. Okay. So we're going to go through the backing fabric through to the furry side, and then wrap our needle round back into the backing side. We're doing a twisting motion, and we're going to do this. You'll notice the front starts to curl over. That's okay, that's meant to happen. you can see if I go up close like this lets me focus. Come on, there we go. It kind of looks like a running stitch, but the running stitch on the other side goes through the backing. Not the backing, goes through the front side. So, into the backing, curl around. It's okay to do it in several passes. Sometimes if I'm in the zone, I'll just do the whole thing in one go. But it's okay if you can't. So, into the backing, through the front, curl over the edge and into the backing again. This wants to cooperate. Oh, there's always one thread. There we go. Get one more out of that. Okay. Now, pull the pin out, and we're going to adjust this. Usually when I do it, like, because of the tension I have, it just works out like that's the right amount. Just a tiny wee bit tighter. So, and we can just pin this here. Okay. So you can see it's a nice deflated ball pad. So now we're just going to go back round the way we came. And we're going to secure this edge with a whip stitch. Doesn't need to be structural or anything like that. We are still going to be sewing these pads into the hands, so they will get another round of stitching around them. So this is just to hold it in place. This wants to cooperate with me. So if I'm in the zone, it usually takes me about 15 minutes to do a paw pad like this. I'll tie that in a knot there. Just snip that. Get some new thread, I don't think that's long enough. So, join back. And continue on the top. So, although this does have the adjustable stuffing mod, I'm gonna stuff this as if it doesn't just now. if you are very skilled at machine sewing, you'll probably be able to do this on the machine too. Not in terms of the width gathers, but in terms of sewing this round. Okay, let's do a knot at the top here. So this is the stage you'll get to, and you can go in the bottom here and you can stroke these gathers here, and that will even them up a wee bit on the outside as well. Okay, so grab some stuffing. And with this method you can get actually a tiny wee bit more stuffing in. So as you can see, like, if you've got the adjustable stuffing mod, it's gonna be a lot easier to stuff it, but we're going to pretend we don't on this one. So you just pack this in, and you can see, oh my god, oh, that fabric gathering's invisible. Just add some more in. Look, a good bit in here. Get a lot more actually. So I do recommend you do actually do the adjustable stuffing mod. It makes things so much easier. It took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out, oh yeah, I can just do that. So save yourself some pain when you're turning your paws the right way around, and just use the stuffing mod. Okay, so that's suitably chunky. And we're just gonna add some more whip stitches to close this up. Again, this doesn't need to be super tiny stitches, it just needs to hold it in place, because we are going to be sewing around this again. Okay, so what I will do is, if you don't have the adjustable mod, this is how you can change where the stuffing is. Just by using your needle. You just stab it in and maneuver that stuffing around. So that is how you sew a whipped gathered paw pad. So it does take a wee bit of time, but if you do the adjustable stuffing mode, oh my god, so easy, so flat. But yeah, if you sew these in with the adjustable stuffing mode, that it makes things so much easier. Like I've got a pair here which I started. These ones are slimline version, so it's a tad more difficult to turn the paw pads inside out, but it makes your life easier. So you need to sew 10 of these. You need to sew 5 in this orientation and 5 with it flipped over. So if you do like hand sewing, break out one of your favourite dramas, sit in front of the TV and just sew away. It'll happen in no time. So, just tighten this up a wee bit. Because I've already sewn mine, I'm going to move on to the next step. So I like to assemble these as palm side first. It gets the bulk of the work out of the way. And one thing you'll notice with the pattern is there's 3 different finger bases. Now, this is because there's placement guidelines for the paw pads. Each finger has a slightly different placement. If you keep in order to this, you'll get something that looks like what I've got on my listing, which is... where did I put it? There we are. Which is this. So, this is one of the ones that's finished. So, you need to double check which finger goes where. The thumb is, double check, thumb should be number 5. Yeah, the thumb is number 5. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're going to look through these and we're going to find the one that's got number 5 on it. Okay, that's number 5. So we want to place this on the back here, and you can mark this with, say, a Sakura jelly marker to show you where to go, or some chalk. Just make that a bit more visible so I don't get that wrong. So that's the marking for number 5. I don't pin these in place while I'm sewing because it can get a bit fiddly. Usually what I'll do is I won't cut this edge out until I'm ready to sew that particular paw pad on. It just stops things stretching out a little. Okay, so that's number 5. And we need number 4, which is this one. So on this one, number 4 is the lower line, number 1 is the top line. We don't need number 1 yet. Another way you can also mark it is just by sticking a pin in there. If you don't want a thingy, if you don't want to draw that. So number 1, stick it on there. We need to turn it over for number 1. So 2 and 3. Are just the same, just reversed. Can be faster to do it with pins. Okay, so that one can go to the side. And now, remember, number 1 is the top line. So I'm going to use these top 2 markings. And stick that to the side. Okay, so I'm going to do the thumb first. So I'm going to put these in order. Just move this over slightly. We are hand sewing here. I'm sorry, but we are. It's just That's just the way of it. So the thread I'm using just now is a really heavyweight upholstery thread called Gutermann M27. This stuff will give you rope burn if you try to rip it. So normally with thread you can pull it, and if you pull it hard enough you can snap it. This one will not do that. This one will give you rope burn before that happens. So please do not try to do that. It is not fun. Let's try and focus this again. Okay. So I do use a double over of this thread. So 2 layers. Do a knot in the end there. So I'm going to put the thumb to the side for now, and we are going to the palm pad. So the notches here, the X and the O, line up to the seams on the paw pad, not the paw pad, the palm pad. So we're just going to line these up. Make sure you've got the right side as well. All the pattern pieces, as they're laid out in the pattern, make one side. So if you mess them up, your paw pad can look a wee bit strange. So we're going to anchor this at the centre of the paw pad. Sometimes the thread likes to be a bit annoying. Put it through our loop and pull tight. So what I like to do as well is, see this tail? I just fold this over in the direction I'm going to be sewing, and I catch that tail in my stitches. So it keeps it down. So you can do a whip stitch, you can do a blanket stitch. I'm going to do a blanket stitch for this. So you can't see it on the palm pad here, but you can see it on the fingers where the thicker thread is. We're going to be doing that. So that's a couple of stitches. I'm going to go and pin the rest of this. So I don't have an adjustable stuffing mod for the palm. It doesn't need one. Your paw pads are big enough to turn out. Like paw pads, the palm of your paws are big enough to turn out and not have this get in the way. So unless you somehow manage to stuff this so it's bigger than the thickness of a fist, I think you'll be fine. Need some more pins. Okay, so now we're going to continue and whip stitch this in. Not whip stitch, blanket stitch. This wants to stop tangling on me. My thread's twisted. So this thread is super strong. So this will be your final stitch here. This wants to cooperate and not tangle on me. It really is not playing ball today. So you want to pull these stitches fairly tight. These are roughly about 4 to 3 millimeters apart. You can do smaller ones. I dare say you could probably do this on the machine if you wanted. I'm not going to. I've never tried, if I'm honest. I like my fingers being my fingers, so I'm not going to attempt this particular pad on the machine. So you can put enough thread on your needle to do this the whole way round, but it's okay if you don't. It's actually better for your personal health and your hands if you have shorter lengths of thread. Shorter lengths, tangle less. I might get halfway with this. So I like to do the full palm assembly first and then do the full top side assembly, because the palms tend to take the longest. They're the ones with the most detail. They're the ones with the most steps to do. Gets things out of the way that way. Okay. So when I have to tie off, I do my knot, pull it fairly tightly, And then I like to bury my needle back through what I've just sewn. This is called weaving in your ends. It just makes that extra secure. I'm not sure if you can actually hear, but my dog's barking now. Hopefully that doesn't get picked up. This mic is particularly sensitive though, so I don't have much hope in that regard. This is a new microphone, so I'm still figuring out how it works and what I need to do in order to get it to sound the best I can. Okay. Anchor your new stitch, fold your thread tail over and start sewing over the thread tail if this cooperates. Just does not like me today. This is really not happening. Right, you will go through. Thank you. So this style of paw pad is another reason I don't recommend these for beginners. You can of course do them if you're determined. If you have been sewing a while, you should be fine. But if you're absolutely new to fursuit making and sewing, I don't recommend these for beginners. You might get frustrated with them. That's always a given. They're not a fast make. As I said before, these were originally developed for silicone paw pads, and then I had to stop casting because of allergies, which is really annoying. There's a lot of dangerous chemicals in fursuit making. So originally I couldn't make the molds to make the silicone paw pads because of the allergies, so I switched to using Minky. I used Minky paw pads for years and years. I like Mochi now because it's nice and squishy. But yeah, you can also do this with Mochi too. I've yet to try this palm pattern with Mochi, but I'm sure it'll look fantastic. So with this particular set of paws, because it's lined, you don't need to make little finger pillows. That's one nice wee bit. You can just do what I like to call stuff and cuff. Gonna need one more bit of thread. I'm sorry there's no music just now either. I don't currently know how to do that. But I'm also going to be making a shorter version of this later on. So it just makes it easier if there's no extra audio to fight with. Okay, last one. I'm going to do a knot. So for the knot, I pull my needle through and then I leave a loop at the end and wrap it 3 times around the loop and then pull it tight. And bury our tails. Be a little tough to do that. So that's the palm pad sewn in. That's how it looks on the other side. You can also adjust some of the stuffing. it's nice and clean. So if you were to do this in Mochi, you would be able to make these a lot more defined, which could be quite cute, look. So now, I get to sew all the fingers on. So, I'm going to line this up. The notches on the pattern line up to the wee steps on the fingers. So make sure you've got the right number. So I just pin at the start and the end and then go. It's definitely fiddly. Same thread as the palm pad. Same method of hiding your tails into the stitches. So you don't need to have this all pinned. You can if you want, but usually just the start and the end for me. Not whip stitch, blanket stitch again. Now, since this is such a short area, it will go a bit faster. Same stitch width, roughly 3 to 4 millimeters. You can do smaller, but this thread is so thick that it's not going anywhere. Just want to make sure that where you're sewing is either on the stitches that you sewed for the paw pads or just slightly beyond it. That way you won't have any stitches showing if they do show. The Minky is quite good for hiding a lot of things. You can also do a hand back stitch here if you want, and you can machine stitch it, but if you're machine stitching, I would say go for the Mr. Adjustable Stuffing mod and then machine stitch those on. It's just so much easier with that. Things are so much flatter. Okay, I have a knot at the end. Bury your tail thread. And that's one paw pad sewn in. I don't think there's enough thread. Okay, not sure if you can see that. You can see it on the inside there. So, finger number 4. line that up to where you marked from the finger placement guide. Anchor that on. Then stitch to hide that tail. And then we're going to go around to the other side. Poke all the fur under. And use the pin that we marked that with to put that in place. Can remove the other one. Just push these out. Oh wait. Over your seam, and then we sew. So if you can get this to the point where you can machine sew all these, it will go a lot faster. And I dare say you could probably get a pair of paws out in a couple of hours. Okay, that's the last one on that finger. Another way you can knot is you can just put the needle halfway through, bring the tail over and wrap 3 times and then pull tight. Bury your ends. This just stops things unraveling. It's good to finish your tails. Okay, so that's the second one in. Well, the fourth one. There we go for number 3. Line that up. So you might find some of these need easing in. That's just purely because the seam allowances on circles, if you're sewing 2 curved edges together, one edge will always be larger than the other. That's just the way of circles. Normally what you would do is you would clip into the curve to open it out, but because this is quite a small area, we don't need to do that. And also because the type of materials we're sewing, we don't need to do that. Please don't do that. If you were sewing, say, like a princess seam on a bodice, yeah, that's when you do it, but not for this. So you just ease it out. You can use pins as you need. And continue blanket stitching your paw pads on. So generally around paw pads, I always tend to hand sew them because of the bulk. Even when it's ones with the adjustable stuffing mod. It's just, there's not a lot of room to manoeuvre. It takes longer, yeah, but I can see what I'm doing. And when you can see what you're doing, that is fantastic. But if you can't see what you're doing and you're doing it on a machine, that's when you go through your finger. I like my fingers intact. I'm sure you do too. So 2 more fingers to go. The middle one is where it gets a bit tricky because there's 2 paw pads sitting right next to each other that are in exactly the same position. Okay, let's knot that off and anchor my threads. There we go. Where's that other pin? We don't want to leave pins in things. So this is just me getting all the lint off the fur, not the fur, the thread. Fur fibres get everywhere. And a roll of thread is the perfect home for them. Finger. Line it up. Anchor your thread. Catch your tail. And then pin the other side. So you can see that if I was just to line this up based on the edge, that's about 1 centimetre off. Whereas the actual seam where it's sewn is about 5 millimetres down here. So that's what I was saying earlier, in that if you're sewing to a circle and a curve, they're going to be a different size. So you want to ease that in, which is why I don't tend to pin in the middle of it. Okay, continue to bury that tail. And sew around. So, interesting fact about whipped gathers. Originally, they were used in the making of historical caps for women. So all these ruffles and things like that on the caps that women used to wear. They'd use whipped gathers to make those, which is quite interesting. I'm not sure they ever thought it would be used for this kind of thing as well, but it's a very handy technique. It's great for areas that you can't get under your machine, or your fabric's too light or too thin or too delicate to gather in such a way. Okay. Knot the end and bury your tail. Now we get to the last paw pad. So you can see how this is coming together. Right. Line up to the first mark on your paw pad placement guideline. Anchor your thread. Turn your tail, bury your tail, this just makes it doubly secure, and line up the end, pin. Pull your first pin out, adjust your curve, and sew. This is actually one of the few cases where I do actually prefer a blanket stitch over a whip stitch. So while a blanket stitch is a decorative stitch, it can be useful for areas like this. And with this particular thread, it's quite grippy, so there's less chance of this coming out if it's curled over itself. Generally speaking, with the fursuits, you actually want the thread to break before the fabric rips. This kind of thread will rip your fabric, so I don't advise using M27 on your entire fursuit. It's just too strong. You'd rather repair a popped seam than have to substitute in some ripped fabric. Can be a nightmare to match fabrics. So on things like your body, use regular sewing thread. You can reinforce areas, but just use regular sewing thread. Okay, knot at the end, bury your tail, snip, and that's all your paw pads sewn in. So that's how that looks like on the other side. So nice puffy paw pads. So this I'm going to put to the side for now, we have some other pieces to sew. So that can sit there. Now we need to sew the fingers together. So double check that you've got all the excess bits of fluff off. Put these to the side for now. What we're going to sew is this middle seam here. This is the dart for the fingers, so it makes them 3D. Now you can trim the fur at the seam allowance before if you want. I'm not going to. Just pin these up. So if you're sewing claws in, you want to sew your claws in first. I apologise about the noise of the coach just now. We've got a replacement rail service on just now because somebody set the train station on fire. Not fun, but that's the local youth for you. So yeah, if you are sewing claws in, the way I like to do them is this way. So I'll sew the claw shape, and then I'll cut a wee circle in the back and I'll stitch these in like I do the paw pads, and stuff them so they're nice and firm. It keeps them in position nicely as well, and you don't have claws plopping to the side like this. So if that's sewn just as with a straight line down there, that claw flips and flops everywhere. But if it's sewn with a round base, it's sturdy and it stays in position. The claws I'm doing today are gonna be a wee bit different because I want square claws, and that's how I drew them on the reference, so that's what this one's going to get. So for those I'm going to applique them on, but I need to sew these seams together first. So you will need to ease some of these a wee bit. That's on purpose. I think I might be missing a claw. No. It's just hiding behind the biggest one. So you can rejoice, I'm going to machine sew this. If I'm doing claws like on the black set of paws, I hand sew those too. So there can be quite a lot of hand sewing for me. You don't have to do that, you can use the machine. If you don't have a machine as well, though, you'll just have to hand sew them. So there's a very small seam allowance on here. 5mm, about 4 or 5mm. Gonna run out of bobbin thread soon. So you'll notice the bottom of this has loads of fur in it. I like to separate that off and just give that a wee snip. So you can see like a step. That just keeps things a bit more visible for you when you're assembling things all together at the end. Backstitch at the start and the end. Don't forget. You'll hate yourself if you do forget, because that's gonna unravel and that's never fun. One more. Now it's going to get a wee bit more tricky for me because I need to applique onto these. I don't have a pattern for this just yet, so I'm going to make one just now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the claws in this case, I'm going to do them out of Minky. I will also, while I'm at it, cut a cuff for this out of the same Minky. So roughly here. So for the cuff, as I'm just chopping that up just now, my measure tape has gone missing. It really does like to hide. It was here yesterday. Be right in front of me, I just can't see it right now. Okay. We need a heat erasable marker. Alright, so I cut my cuffs about 1.5 inches. So that's roughly 3.5 centimeters. And I do it roughly 1 inch longer than the sewn edge of the cuff. I'm going to cut this wee bit of selvage off. Just marking the direction of the Minky on these, so I know for later. Okay, right. Double check that actually. Yeah, it is that way. Okay, so because I want to roughly, what size of cuff do I want? Not cuff. Claw. That's what it is. Nope. Okay. I think 1.5. That's what size I want. And maybe about there. maybe 4. That's number 3. Number 4. Number 1. I know I want a shorter one for those. I'll go for 3 for those. And 2.5 for that. Okay, right. This is just so I can draw on the back of the paw pad. I did a small test last night, which I've misplaced. Okay. .5, 3, and 3.5. Actually, I want the final claw to be that thickness, so I'm gonna have to account for the thickness of the Minky going around it. Just narrow these a wee bit. Just by 2mm. Okay, that's fine. Because there will be a border around them. So the reason I'm doing this is I need to draw this shape on the backing of the fabric. And it needs to go on either side of the seam, so I'll fold these in half. These are tiny, tiny pieces. Okay. This is going to be probably quite annoying to sew. Didn't even get that close there. Okay, so I'm going to sew this Minky with this pointing down. I'm going to cut this slightly actually, so that opens up. That'll just make things a wee bit more convenient for me. Okay, so I need a strip. Doesn't need to be exact, it just needs to be big enough. And I'll be cutting the excess off. One more for good measure. I might need to cut more, but I'll see that later. So if you're doing applique paw pads, it's the same principle. The one thing you want to make sure though is that what you're sewing is as flat as possible. And I think what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm just going to cut these open a wee bit. This is not part of the pattern. It's just so I can get these flat. I'll go in and hand sew this shut later. This is just because of this particular style of paw pad. So this is an extra step. Right, you want to make sure this is as flat as you can get it. And I'm going to be sewing on the inside of this line. I'm just using the same colour thread. I'm not changing that. And I'm flattening my seam allowance here. Go in this direction to start with. Cannot actually see that. See this. if you want to do applique claws as well, you'll have to do the same wee modification I've just done. And there it is. Just gonna pull the tail to the end before I get there. Oh, through to the back and tie that so it's not on the front side. Went correctly. This will be flat on the other side. Should probably check before I tie all these knots. We're loving life on the edge today. Nope, we got Zach. Right at the end. Damn it! Okay. That's okay. I can unpick this. It is difficult to see the threads. Just need to pull that out. I think I managed to jinx myself. Okay, let's do that again. Is that still a tuck or not? Yeah, that's right now. It's difficult to see because this is white on white. White on white and black on black are like the worst combinations to sew. They blend into each other. Okay. Since that's overlapped so much, I don't need to worry about that coming undone. Okay, so now I'm going to take my bandage scissors and use applique scissors as well and just cut this off. And we're just gonna pull out the fur here because it's got caught. And I'm gonna whip stitch this because this now has no seam allowance. And then I'll massage that flat. Where is... there it is. It's a wee bit of a faff, but it does look good, so... This is the first time I'm doing this sort of technique for a claw. So it will take me a wee bit. And I'll go and do this on all of the claws. Okay. Not twice here. I don't want to take any chances. I'm not doing a blanket stitch, I'm doing a whip stitch here. Just a small one. The great thing with a whip stitch is you can actually massage the seam flat. So, like on faces, I don't use any seam allowance on the actual pattern pieces of a face. I use a whip stitch and then I'll massage the seam flat. Not that twice at the end this time as well. Just in case. Leave that tied for the next finger. Okay. That's on the thumb. A nice square paw, not square paw, square claw. So to massage it flat, you just put your nail on either side of the seam and move it up and down till it goes flat. You can do a zigzag on your machine and it will accomplish the same thing. A small zigzag, but as you can see, that's now flat. It's as if it was never there. That's what makes great invisible seams as well. So, I have to do this on the others. Right. That's for the thumb. I'm gonna need this for the other side. So I'll just keep those to the side. So number 3 is a main one, so I need the big one. So big one, small one, small one. So this pen that I'm using here is a kind of like a friction pen. It's a can't cut this out just now. It is a heat erasable marker. Right, that's a bit better now, that's flat. So I'm just cutting not the gussets on each side, but right in the center. And connecting that to the dart that we sewed up earlier. So this is only if you want to do like appliqué claws. Regular claws are just a lot simpler. This is just so this is flat, so I can applique easier. Okay. So how far much? Just a couple millimeters. So yeah, I want some white fur in the between. In between the paw pad and the claw, because on this set of paws I have the claw and the paw pad the same colour. Let's see. Yeah, it's like that. So yeah, because I have them the same colour, that white's going to give a wee bit of separation between them. So this will look quite cool in the end. It's just a little bit of a faff to do. Okay, so I'm positioning this so it doesn't come into the seam allowance. It'll be close, but it won't. So this is completely optional. This particular character is a lion, so this kind of gives the look of a retractable claw without actually having a sticky out claw. Okay, that's those done up. Now, you want your applique fabric to point outside. And I'm having the pile direction on this Minky just run the same way. Actually, I'm going to leave this attached just now, so I've got something to pull straight. Oh, oops. Just to check that's not curling under. Perfect. Overlap this. So I don't need to pull that through. Yep, that worked. Okay, I'm gonna clip the thread on the outside first. And then on the inside. And then we can chop this off. Oh, sorry. Getting very good at nudging this camera. sew that back together. So this is completely optional extra steps. Just give that extra wee knot in there. I might run out of thread here actually. Got very close. Okay, let's massage that flat. Put your nail on either side of the seam and give it a tug. And it's nice and flat, it's nice and hidden, and you have a pretty cool claw. Next one. Just load this up with thread beforehand. So there are a couple of other ways you can do claws. You can get rigid ones and either glue or sew those in. You can do felt claws on the top, which is kind of like this, but you can glue those on top. I had thought of that, but I don't have the right colours in just now. Okay. Don't forget to turn your fabric over. That's not fun when you do that and then you sew the entire claw and then you have to unpick it. I was doing a test for this yesterday and I ended up doing that. Yeah, I quite like these square paws. Okay. Put her down. Tails on. Just double check that's flat. Okay. Pull that pin out while I can there. Okay, I'm just gonna poke that seam flat there. Thank you very much. Hopefully your day is not too stressful at work, and thanks for stopping by. I'll hopefully have this finished today. Okay. Yep, that's sewed on straight. Okay, let's trim these threads up. So the reason I'm not knotting these is because I've crossed over this thread on the wrong side. So it's already backstitched in a kind of way. Right. Even this up. Unpick this. Get that last wee bit at the bottom. Okay, now time to sew this back shut at the top. Two more claws to do and then we can move on. I think if I was to do this technique again, I would probably do the claws a tiny bit thinner. Maybe. We shall see. I think they look a wee bit thick just now, but I'm not redoing them. This is how this claws are going to be. They're quite chunky to be on the ref, to be fair. Massage this flat. Another coat. Next claw. So, because that's smaller than that, I'm going to use another piece. It's just a wee bit easier for me to get something to hold on to. You always want your applique fabric to be bigger than what you're actually sewing down to. And you want to pull it taut. So although that looks kind of a mess just now, I'll be able to pull this tight on the machine. Okay. See if I can get this on point. A wee bit more. There we go. Just going to remove that pin at the top so it doesn't cause issue to my footer. Bob and thread. That's okay. I prepared one over there. Yep, that's flat. So the pattern for these applique claws is not included in the puffy paw pattern, but it is fairly easy to draw a rectangle. I'm sure you'll be able to. The measurements, they're all 15mm wide. On numbers 3 and 2 fingers, the claw is 3.5 centimeters long. The numbers 1 and 4, the claw is 3 centimeters long, and on finger 5 it is 2.5 centimeters long. It's fairly easy. If you want to also do these, I suggest cutting a line up there in the middle, like I did, to make them flat so you can sew them easier. It won't affect the look of the paws if you whip stitch them on this seam and then massage it. So if this was online, I would still do the same thing. It's not detrimental to the paws in any way, shape or form. Gonna need a bigger piece of thread for the next one. So if you don't massage the seam, I'll show you what it looks like. So if you just don't massage it, you'll have a small line there. Not hugely visible, but it still will be visible. And if you just massage the seam, that takes all the fibres that have been pinched between and redirects them to the outside. So that's it going now. Don't know if you'll be able to see this on the actual stream because it's white fur, and white fur can hide a lot of things. Okay, let's do it around the right way. Snipping that a little bit more. There we go. Is it laying flat now? Okay. So I just have this pinned at the top and the bottom. Nothing extra fancy. Right. Just pull that pin out again. Now that that's secure, I'll make sure that's flat. So, just pull that extra pin out. So that if this wasn't straight lines, this would be a bit harder for me to sew. But because it's just straight lines, it's fairly simple. I would not attempt this myself anyway, without an embroidery machine if it was a curved or circle line. Or if it was like an oval. Squares though. Squares are easy. I'll say that this is probably going to be the one that messes up the most. Are going to be a wee bit faster after this because we're going to sew the fingers to the top side, and then we're going to sew the top side and the palm side together. Okay. Shape kind of reminds me of a Pop-Tart. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Pick the seam. Actually, this one because I didn't pick that. I thought I did, but I didn't. But this is not the end of the hand sewing. For me anyway. It might be for you, but we are now going to do some machine sewing. So we will do some more hand sewing later. But now that we've got all the fingers done, we can start by assembling the fingers together. So all the fingers have gussets on them, aside from the thumb. The thumb is number 5. So we need to get the other piece of our paw. I'm hiding in a pile. Okay, so thumb's easy to tell. Thumb is this one. There's a step beside it. It's also labelled number 5. So number 5 goes to number 5. Now you'll notice with the rest of the fingers there's this arc shape. Now on the pattern this shape is blue, and you'll notice that there's only certain sections of the fingers. There's only certain sections of the fingers that have that blue shape, and that's because we are going to be sewing the other coloured shapes together. So red goes to red, yellow goes to yellow, purple goes to purple. So in this case, on finger number 1, this section here is purple, I think. It's either purple or red. But you'll notice finger 2 has a shape that lines up to it. That's a gusset. We're going to sew these together. So I'm going to pin this. Seam allowance is 5mm. You can do this by machine or hand, it's up to you. And we go on to fingers 2 and 3. We notice there's this angle. That's the gusset for finger 2 and 3. So we're going to line those up and we're going to sew those together as well. To chop a wee bit extra of there off. Didn't chop that out properly. And then we'll go to finger 3 and 4. They also have a curved bit that line up. That's the gussets for fingers 3 and 4. So we're going to sew these together with a 5mm seam allowance, and the shape we left over at the end, this has got pins in it so it's a bit smaller, will line up to this arc here, and then we'll sew that to the top side. So you can go ahead and sew the thumb on just now if you want, or you can do it after. I'm going to do it after. So if you want as well, you can baste at the start and the end of this if you want, if you're not confident that they're not going to shift. Or so we press the foot down. My presser foot, the edge of my presser foot is 5mm away from my needle, so that's quite handy for me. I can see that right there. Stitch at the start and the end, and you'll have a wee seam sewn. Go on to the next one. Sometimes it can help if you put one finger inside the other. You may not be able to see this very well, but it helps keep it flatter when you're actually sewing it. Oh, my tail's missing. Here we are. My machine pulls the tails back down under, so I've got to hold them. So that's the next one done. Last one. Oh, accidentally putting my footer off. Don't want to do that. I need that there. Okay, so you can see here how the gussets stick up. That gives your fingers room to go in. My hands are quite small, so it's a wee bit difficult for me. Okay, now we'll line up the notches for the fingers with each one. Now you might have to ease this a little because, as I said before, thank you Mr. Bicycle, as I said before, this edge is going to be a different circumference at the edge from this one. When you're doing curves, one curve will always be bigger than the other. That's just how it is. It's annoying, but that's how it is. So I'm gonna line these up, and what I'm going to do, and what I think you should do as well, is do a tacking stitch where these line up. This way, this can't shift, and when you sew it, it will be exactly where it's meant to be. So for a tacking stitch, I just anchor my stitch on one side of the seam for the gusset, and then do a stitch onto the other and knot that. So left side of the gusset, this comes through. Anchor the stitch, move on to the right side of the gusset, poke your needle through, give it a knot. I'll do this on the start as well. Just makes things a wee bit easier. Anchor your thread, do not. So while you're leaving this in, it's not structural, it just helps you hold things in place while you're sewing. Right, left side of gusset, anchor thread. Right side of gusset, knot thread. Okay, now we can add some bins. So when it comes to these ones, you need to ease. Do this motion. That spreads it evenly along that seam. So some of them you might not need to. It's like this one seems okay, but if you still do that, it's completely fine. Okay. So now we get to sew this. That's kind of what it looks like on the other side. I'm just gonna pin the thumb on as a will just now. So the thumb's a wee bit different. You'll notice that it'll hang off the edge on the inside. That's because the seam allowance where it meets is going to be further. I'm gonna do a wee tacking stitch here actually. It's just a wee bit of a frustrating area. There we go. Okay, so now we sew it on the machine. So you're gonna have to keep a lot of this bulk pulled back. It's gonna be a bit annoying, but when you come to sewing between the gussets, instead of letting it fold over, you want to position that so it's evenly spread out. Okay, get the thumb done first, since it's the closest on this side. I do apologise if you can't actually see this just now. It's difficult to manoeuvre this and for me to see it at the same time as you guys seeing it. So same seam allowance, 5mm. Back stitch at the start and the end. That's going to be your motto. So you will see the seam allowance, you will see the seam lines if you have not trimmed the fur out of your seam allowances beforehand. That's okay, it's perfectly normal. If you want to trim them, you can trim them. I do it 50-50. Sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Now, let's move on to the fingers. This is going to be really tricky to show you guys. But we're just doing a 5mm seam allowance along this line. And you come to a finger, you want to position that flat as you can get it. You don't want to create any additional tucks or anything like that with it. You're going to have to maneuver this so it's into a curved shape too. And if you can, poke the seam allowances open. Using a metal tool for this is also fine. Just don't sew over the metal tool. I've made that mistake before. It was not fun. Okay. The next finger. Just gonna position this flat. It is a lot of bulk, which is also why I usually hand sew fingers completely. But this is a wee bit faster. Last finger. If you're not confident doing it on a sewing machine, it's perfectly fine to do it by hand. Okay, so another thing you can do is, you notice how that seam looks? It's quite visible. So we are going to brush this out a little. This will help a wee bit. Still be able to see a wee bit, but it's better than it was. Another thing you can do is you can actually sew the seam allowances down. With this fur, this is so short that it's going to be visible anyway, no matter what I do, because I didn't shave the seam allowances down. But you can stitch these down. I did do this in yesterday's set of paws because the top of this fur is long. So with longer fur, if you don't do that, it makes it stick up like that. Whereas if you do stitch the seam allowances down, it's just a fell stitch. You just catch both sides of the seam allowance and then stitch it to the top. That makes it lie flatter when you've got a longer pile fur. It helps sort of direct the fur pile. Because this is beaver, not going to bother. So now we've got our top sewn. Just show this. So It's a wee bit messy just now. But now we get to sew this to this. Round fingers, I am going to do that by hand. On the cuffs, the cuff area, that will be done by machine. Okay, so we've got our weird paw again. Oh, inside out. One thing you might want to do is trim the fur out here. I'll do this to show you how it looks. So I've got a wee mini shaver, and you can do it from this side so that you can see where you're going. This guard here is 5mm away from the edge, so I can just use this to gauge where that is. I'm not going to do it on the fingers because the fingers is surrounded by paw pads, so that's not going to make a difference. When I pull this off, that just takes a wee bit out of the seam allowance, and I don't need to worry about that. So you do this kind of seam treatment when your fur is quite thick as well. That's all that fur that's no longer in the seams, which is quite handy. So if you don't, your seams are going to be visible like this, which is fine. It's just a different way. Okay, so let's line these up. So the thumb lines up here. So cuff to cuff. Brush your fur out the way. Stick that to the side. So the middle of the claw lines up to the top of the paw pad. So you can trim the seams on the fingers too if you want, but because this lines up to a paw pad, you're not actually going to be able to see that it's a different length of fur. So it's kind of extra work for the sake of extra work. You should work smart, not hard. If you don't need to do something, don't do it. Okay, the other side. Again, the edge of the seam on the paw pad lines up to the seam of the finger. Let's brush all this away. So after you make these paws a couple of times, you should be able to make a pair of these paws probably in about a day. If you are machine sewing them solely, it will be faster. And if you're hand sewing, you might want to take a break and maybe spread it out over 2 days so you don't fatigue your hands. That's usually what I do. Okay, let's line that up. Okay, we are also going to use the M27 here to sew the fingers down. I'm going to start here and sew all the way around all the fingers and end here. And then we're going to come in on the machine and we're going to sew this line here to here. And we're going to add some reinforcement stitches over here. So I'm to break out the big thread again. Now you can use a single layer of this stuff if you want. I just like to use a double one. It's our local Harley gang. They like to be really noisy. The car is not happy. Sorry. I'm very bad at that. I might need to find a different place to put the camera. I'm just straightening my threads here just now so they don't twist before I tie them. Okay, so this is fairly straightforward. It is the exact same as how we sewed on the paw pads. Just make sure Your stitches are on the same line or slightly in front of, as you can see here, where the whip stitches for the paw pads are. And you want to pull this tight each time. You're going to want roughly about 3mm wide stitches. 3 to 4mm is fine. 5mm is too big. You'll start to see ripples if you do 5mm on the other side of the paw pads. So this is going to take a wee minute, maybe about 20. So if you want to go and have a cup of tea and go and get something to eat, now's your time to do so. If you're the one sewing, you should stick some music on, get into the zone, and power through. If you need to, use a thimble. You can get leather thimbles that can like protect your fingers from here, from the thread. Those are quite nice. And if you need to, you can use pliers. If you were smart, you would have used the finger mod for adjustable stuffing. It's like on this, and you would be able to sew this entire thing by machine. So there is some wee hacks that you can do to make it go faster. These paw pads I've got are already made up, so this is what I've got to work with. So what I also do at the top, well at the tip of the finger, I'll throw in a knot. On either side of the seam allowance, just a double one. Okay, so makes a nice edge, but this is where it gets fiddly, so you might not be able to see this very well. On the thumb it's particularly small, so you might have issues turning that out if you've stuffed it. And I'm going to use a T-pin here, since it's a bit more heavy duty. Hold that in place. I'm going to use some T-pins in between here too. Basically the lowest point of the palm side between the fingers, you match up to the gusset on the corresponding finger. T-pins are a lifesaver. I need to double check on this one. I might need to clip into this slightly. Yeah, I need to clip into this a wee bit. So, just a wee relief cut there, in between the middle two fingers. I've just gone down about a centimetre. There we go. So you'll be able to see just how difficult it is to maneuver all this. When you stuff your paw pads in advance. Okay. It does require some finagling to tuck everything in. Or maybe that's just me, but okay. So give a knot when you get to the tip of the finger, a knot when you get to the base of the finger. Just gonna twist this so it's easier for me to see. So the colour of the thread you're using, you should either match your fur or your paw pad. I tend to match the fur and for this stuff. Come on, thank you. This is pretty hard wearing on your hands, so definitely take a lot of breaks. Will be get a little difficult when you get to the inside. You just need to pull it apart and keep going. Just make sure you're catching both sides. Yep, that's cold. Okay, now I'm getting onto the fur portion. As you can see, that lines up on the fur. We can take that T-pin out now, and you can get a knot at the bottom here. gonna have to change my thread here now. So as before, give it a knot. Sorry, this is difficult to see. And then weave in your ends back the way you came. This will just stop things unraveling and the unlikelihood, because you've got so much strong thread here. If you are not stuffing your paws, if you're not lining your paws, sorry, you can add a cuff after we've sewn these. Sometimes pins can be better here. Just don't forget to take them out. Good. Okay. Now that's the end of the fur. Look at that wee knot. Okay, knot at the top. Okay. Just bury this clean. Because I need some more thread. One thing I will say is like this roll of thread has lasted me ages. I think it's like 10,000 meters or something like that. If you get one, you'll be using it for years. I know there is some people who use this in their machine. It's a bit too thick for my machine. It's a similar weight to Gutermann's top stitch. It's just a wee bit thicker, but it's quite similar. If you can't get this in your country. Okay, let's poke this in. Gotta use a pin here. You could see the facial expressions on me trying to get this in. It's a good wee wrestle. So you might find as well that your paw pads can start to curl. That's okay. My original pattern had paw pads that were like basically curled like that on the seam, but they made really nice pads. So it can take some getting used to. But everything should line up. Just shove this down a wee bit more so I can see this. Come back to that after. Okay. If you are using pins, just be careful because you can scratch yourself. It's not very fun if you do that. Just don't forget to remove the pins. Having a pin stab a client's finger is a no. It's fine if it stabs your finger, but not your client's. And if you can, just avoid all finger stabs. Let's give that a knot at the base of the finger. Yeah, this is difficult to see. Use that pin to poke this in. There we go. Just gonna give that a knot on the other side as well. Just in case. And continue blanket stitching up. Now that's onto the paw pad. Give that a knot. You can see that start to lay a bit flatter now that the T-pins are not in it. So if you did the adjustable stuffing rod, you can machine this. You should do the adjustable stuffing rod. And you don't need to hand sew paw pads in. You can of course like cut a slit through the backing and stuff it that way later on. But yeah, just do the adjustable stuffing rod. I'm using these because I had a small stash of paw pads already pre-made. It was for another project, I think. Another pre-made project, not a client one. So I had them sitting in a giant box of paw pads. one of the things, like, it does take forever, I will admit that. So what I used to do was I used to make some colours up in advance. Whereas now with Minky, not Minky, with Mochi, I can just sew them flat. It's so much nicer. I do want to do another version of these paws where the fingers are entirely round and massive, but we'll see. And I'll definitely be doing a more realistic version of my apparel, but they'll probably be on the complicated side. But I want to get some Mochi paw pads for them. Okay, that's the top. So I'm going to knot that. And I'll never make it down there, so I'm just going to bury this tail in just now. And get some more thread. So we're halfway there. Half. I didn't check when I started these paw pads, so I don't know how long it's taken so far. Let's use my needle to poke down this the fur fibres, so I can see what I'm doing. So I know some people are probably like, oh my god, that's too much hand sewing, I'm not doing that. And that's fine. You are allowed to machine sew, and you can do that. And other people might think, oh my god, there's so many pieces. That's also okay. You can choose a different pattern to sew. You can simplify the pattern. I did that with my appliqué version. Which gets, well, for me, the appliqué version, I can sew a pair of paws in about, I would say, 6 to 7 hours. For some people that's slow, but for me that's quite fast. But if you're sewing a pair of paws in a day, I count that as fast, so I'm happy with that. I forgot to do a blanket there. Okay. I might have to turn the light on soon. It's getting a wee bit dark. So what I will do after this stream is I'm going to cut up some portions of it and release it separately. And I'm gonna do a shorter version too. It just has text on the screen with some music and no voiceover, I think. I might speed it up with the spoken parts, but we'll see. I've started using I think it's Black Magic software for videos, and it's going over my head. I was using Premiere Pro. Well, originally I was using Movie Maker. I love Movie Maker. It's very simple. You can see everything in one bit. If you want to add text, you just click add text. There's no 50 million menus. And no deciphering the freaking Da Vinci Code in order to get there. So yeah, it's been a wee bit more complicated for me. Premiere Pro was a bit more complicated, well, a lot more complicated than Movie Maker, but I did still understand it somewhat. And even though I thought some of the things were in weird places, I was still able to navigate it. But I set up the, is it Black Magic? Resolve? No, DaVinci Resolve, that's what it's called. I set it up as their own sort of where they want all the buttons. And I'm regretting it. I don't know where anything is. So I've still not figured out a lot of things with it. I might see if I can change the settings to work like Premiere Pro did. Because it did ask me when I opened the program if I wanted to do that, and I was like, no, I will learn it the way you want me to learn it. And I'm like, no, I should have not been stubborn. I should have just said yes. Give me Premiere Pro layout. That's also what's taking the Husky video a wee bit longer. I was able to record the voiceover for that on my iPad. The audio on that's like surprisingly good. Very clean. Just not this in the middle. Yeah, so I was able to do that. And beautifully. So I've now chopped it up. And I've got to, well, I say chopped up. I chopped it up to start with, so I wrote a script, had all the segments there, and instead of recording it in one go, or trying to, I recorded it in wee clips. And DaVinci is a bit different with clips, at least compared to Premiere Pro. With Premiere Pro I could like drag and drop them on and just like move them along the timer thing. this doesn't do that. It's just not. It's doing me a confusion. Okay. Right. I'm gonna give this another knot on the other side of that gusset. And start going up. Oh, that's not a whip stitch. Come on. Auntie, come back out. Thank you. So yeah, I'm having issues getting to grips with the DaVinci Resolve, so that's taking a wee bit longer. That's also why I'm doing streams just now as well, instead of video production. It's a lot easier for me to click go on a stream than it is to figure out DaVinci. Maybe that's why it's called DaVinci, because it's complicated. I need a freaking code breaker to get through it. Keep catching. So the main fingers on this turn out easy. It's just the thumb that's the bother. Please stop catching. Please. Be nice to me. Of this knot at the top. Just going to take this jumper off. This is quite the workout. Alright, actually I'll get a drink. We're on the finish run. And then we've got to line it. down. Sorry if you can hear that bus there. I cannot do anything about that. This is a conservatory that I'm working in, so the noise tends to be quite high. Take that pesky one out. I'm just going to double check I've not left any pins here. Yeah, I've got them all. Okay. So you can see like how the height is. There's like a different height between the fingers, so it goes in an arc. I like arcs. Arcs are nice. Right. I think I'll have another thread change at the bottom of this finger, and that might be the last one. So, stick my wee octopus there. Got this ages ago from another furry. I think it was called Hiki Squid. I don't think she makes them anymore. I don't think she's active either, to be honest. Okay. I think I might get one of those bicorn? I can't pronounce it. Patterns and make one of those up for my new pin holder. That's what, pin cushion. I'm not very good with words today. It's been a long day. Okay. Take that pin out. More thread. I'm definitely working with bits that are a bit too long. Ideally, you should work with thread that's about the length of your forearm maximum. We're being a rebel today. Okay, stop that. Be nice. Okay. bury my ends. Them all nice and neat, tucked away. Oh. Give that a knot there since it's the end of the paw pad. Give that a knot since it's at the base of the finger. And then this one joins right onto the paw pad. So another knot on the paw pad. I'm not sure if you can see it, but these paw pads are numbered. But the numbers are wrong. Even though the paw pad shape is exactly the same. On all of the fingers. I did actually think about making a smaller pad for the outside edges. I decided against it. I figured I'd make things simple on an already complicated set. Last finger. Knot since we're at the top of the finger. I'm just going to throw another one on the other side of that. I'll do clips. Okay, that's a knot since we're at the end of the finger. Or the end of the finger pad. And I'll do a knot on the other side of that. Just for good measure. And I'll go down here a wee bit. And 2 and knot on 3. 1, 2, 3. And bury that thread. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That's that done. Now we can machine the cuff. Okay. So I'm gonna go into this bit a wee bit, just for a wee bit of reinforcement. Please don't break. It did something. It unthreaded itself. Sometimes that can happen. Oh, sorry. Can't see this. There we go. This is another reason why you want to use the adjustable stuffing mod. I know I keep mentioning it, but use it. It's there for a reason. Okay. So technically you can add a cuff to this and make some wee pillows and you have a completed paw pad. Well, not paw pad, paw. We are lining this today, so I've prepared my lining. I'm just gonna go and sew it quickly. So I'll stick that to the side. This has a 5mm seam allowance as well, so just going to sew that. Now, if you're crafty, you can use this to to do the cuff as well. You just make this an inch longer than you've got it. Well, then I've got it just now. This is cut at the wrist line on the pattern. You just make this an extra inch longer and then you can double roll it over and top stitch it down. But I'll be doing a Minky cuff on this, I think. I do have some matching binding cut as well. We'll see. So you don't need to finish the edge on this. Nobody's going to see it. Around quickly. Don't need to do that, but it helps. So I'm just walking this around the tight corners by hand. Stop pressing. lining done. I think what I'm going to do is turn this light on. It's a wee bit dark now. Okay, so that's that sewn. Now to cut that out. So you don't need to line your paws. It is not necessary. So when you're lining paws, you can use cotton, you can use Lycra, you can use a whole bunch of different things. You can use sports fabrics, or technical fabrics that wicks wet, things like that. But you don't need to do it. One thing to note is linings can cause binding of your fingers, so you don't want something that's super stretchy. If it's super stretchy, you can trap your fingers quite easily, and that can be quite distressing for the wearer, and that's not something you want. Okay, at the bottom of these wee curves that you're sewn in, you're going to cut a V. So this just relieves stress in the area. It makes it easier to sew. Okay, one lining sewn. Now we get to sew it to the palm side of the paw pads. So, fairly easy. Just line up all your markings. You're not going to sew it down completely, but we are going to tack it in a few places. Now, the best way to do the lining is actually to sew it all the way around. I'm not doing that today. I'm going to tack it on the fingertip, and we're going to tack it down the side here. So you can also tack it at the base of the finger, but I'm not sure if I'll have room to actually do that. So this is going to be just inside here. Where's my thread? I need some more. Actually, I'll use black so you can see it. Actually, not yellow. The yellow's quite visible. Okay, so just line it up to the paw. on the top of the fingers. Give these a couple stitches here. This is so this doesn't go anywhere. And knot it. I knew there was a reason I didn't like this thread. It's recycled, but it's evil. Yeah, so tip of the finger, stab your needle in, anchor it, and do a few stitches. Just a knot. Now, this is the exact same size as the palm of the fabric, not the fabric of the paw. It should line up all the way around. One, two, three, knot. So when the paws get turned right side out, this will all relax, so you can stitch it down here as well. You just don't want it turning around. If the lining turns on the inside of a finger, it's really hard to correct it, and it's really uncomfortable for the wearer. So I'm leaving long tails on these on purpose. That way it's going to line up and there's no chance of it unraveling. So 1, 2, 3 and knot. Gonna need a bigger length. So hopefully you can see where this is on the camera. As soon as I get this needle in, let's get this one down here. So this won't show on the other side of the fabric either, which is nice. So if you're lining the 4-finger version as well, it's the same. You sew the lining to the palm side. One, two, three. And with the lining on the palm, on the 4-finger, it's slightly different. So obviously, because there's more room in the fingers, the gusset is part of the lining fabric. So if I line that up like that, you see that overlaps. The gusset for the middle is built into it, because you obviously need more room for your fingers in the 4-finger version. Okay. Next finger. I'll stab that in. So you can do this all the way around. I normally do. But for the sake of your sanity, I'm not going to today. I'm gonna do this one up a wee bit though. Okay. Last finger. And at the tip. So as well, because the lining, what you put your hand in is actually on the inside there. None of this is going to be visible, the edges, so you don't need to finish that. It's not going to wear away from you pulling your hand in and out. Okay. And get the sides a wee bit. So on long paws, you're going to want to do some tack and stitches down the length of the paw as well, because it can twist. If you're doing long paws, try to avoid using any kind of stretch fabric. You might need to make the paws bigger if you want to use I've lost my train of thought thanks to the car. Local boy racers. Yeah, so you might need to make the paws bigger if you've got large hands and you still want to line them. Okay, so I'm not comfortable leaving that like that, so I'm just going to do a couple tack and stitches on the outside edge too. I do not want these twisting. It's unlikely, given that I've already sewn them down a couple of places, but no thanks. So a wee bit too far in there. I'll do another one. The other thing as well is if you sew them completely down, they can't shift vertically either, which is nice. Now I'm going to do another one in that bit. It's quite a long edge. Don't worry, I'm not going to be sewing the entire edge down. Just stacking stitches. I'll get one more here. It's just that might shift a bit and it might be a wee bit uncomfortable. This recycled thread is really grippy. Now, just a couple more down the length of the wrist here. So you do this kind of tacking on the forefinger as well. The forefinger puffy, that's my feral set. It's sort of like a cartoony set of feral paws. Two more. Okay, just at the edge of the cuff, just so that doesn't shift when I'm adding the binding. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to take this off now because I need some white on here for the cuff. I could just use another needle, but this is my favourite one. I like this needle. Okay, that can go to the side. Now, that's the lining in. Now we get the rather hard task of turning this around the right way. Because these are stuffed with paw pads, this is going to be a wee bit more difficult. You should start with the middle fingers. Just push them through. The thumb is going to be the most difficult. You want to get a couple of these fingers through first. And then we can start pushing it through. Fingers in. Yeah, the thumb's going to cause me a wee bit of bother. Oh god. Still not the thumb yet. Whew. This is a workout. Okay. Another finger. I just poke these through. Okay, this is the difficult one. I'm gonna grab a Sharpie for the inside of this, see if I can force it through that way. Come on. Remember not to do the ink cap side up, just in case that comes off. This is also why you do the adjustable stuffing mode. It will make your life a lot easier. Okay, come on. It's coming. Just a wee bit at a time. So, if you want to save your sanity, use the adjustable stuffing mode. There we go. Oh, that was an effort. Okay, just go in and pull these all out fully. Okay, so now we get to stuff this. Oh, that's always a workout. Let's grab some more stuffing. Alright, so stuff this as much as you want. Preferably, you should check your fingers still fit in before you close it up. So I'm only going to do a tiny bit of stuffing in the palm, just at the tip, because we still have to get a finger in there. So this is a stage I like to call cuff and stuff, even though that's in the wrong order. So we're gonna add the stuffing and sew on the cuff. Okay, so I'm gonna check and see the fit of this. I'm gonna want some stuffing up the top here, I think. Just a wee bit. Just to smooth it over. Just a wee bit loose. I think the last wee bit I stuck in can come out. Hyacinth. Okay, so we're almost done today. So sometimes you might want to add like a wee bit of stuffing in here too, on the front, like right in here. I'm gonna add a wee bit on this one, just a tiny wee bit. So if you add stuffing, well, if you add a lining, you can add this stuffing whatever you want basically, and the lining will keep it in place. Yeah, that's nice wee pad there. So I've got some wee square claws on this one. So now we're gonna add a cuff. So like yesterday, I'm gonna do it in exactly the same way. Shake off all the excess wee fluffy bits from this. So this is 1.5 inches wide by, I want this way, it needs to go on this way. Alright. This is 1.5 inches wide by just a wee bit wider, maybe about 1 inch wider than the circumference of the paws. So you can choose to end it in the middle or on the edges, and I'm gonna go on the middle on the palm again and just line that up. See, just add a wee pin here. I can see where that is. So we're going to pin this to the outside. We're going to do the same overlap we did yesterday. So maybe about 1 centimetre. Add that pin away. We're going to get some clips. And then we're going to clip this, going all the way around, or pin it, whatever you prefer. So adding a lining to a pair of paws does make them smaller. It can reduce the stretch in a pair of paws too, so just be aware. If the paws fit you snugly when they are unstuffed, not unstuffed, when they are unlined, they might not fit you when they've been lined, because that's more fabric that's going around your fingers. So this is also the opportunity, if you have them, to add in your labels and things like that. And I'm gonna chop this off just a wee bit beyond here. So I'm gonna maybe chop about a centimetre off of this one. So we're coming to the end. you want to do a contrast cuff, that can look quite nice as well. If you use long fur here, you don't really need to add some stuffing in. Okay, so we're going to turn this down and face the Minky, or the cuff in this case, towards your presser foot. I'm going to slide that on, manoeuvre it. It's a wee bit ticked. And start sewing with a 5mm cuff. A cuff. Seam allowance. Just go slowly. You don't need to go super fast. And if you've got some pins in, remove them as you go. I know there's a pin in there, but I can't see the head. There we go. Just move that out the way slightly. Sorry if you can't really see this all that well. It's a wee bit tricky to manoeuvre. Let's just trying to push my automatic button lever. Machine sewing, for me anyway. Okay, just double check I've actually caught that whole edge. Yep, cool. So we're gonna fold that up, and like yesterday, we're going to roll this over, pin it to the inside, and then we're going to do some small stitches, just a slip stitch to keep that on the inside. These are some very blue paws. Kinda wish I'd done a contrast colour. But I did not have a salmon coloured binding. So that's folded to meet the edge, and then we just fold it over. It's just a wee bit fiddly. Okay. And now we get to hand sew the inside of this. And I've got a thread already made up. Oops. Keep hitting that camera. Okay. So I'm just going to poke everything on the inside. Anchor your thread under the binding edge. Just poke your tail end in. And you can do this through just the lining fabric, or you can do it for both layers. Either way it's fine. It's all contained, so it's not going to shift either way. And we're just going to slip stitch this on. The Minky will hide all of your stitches, which is why it makes such a great cuff material. Just be sure to get all layers when you come to that junction. Can be a wee bit thick if you've not trimmed the seam allowances down on the inside. Let's see if I can turn this inside out. There we are. It's a wee bit more easier. So my 5-finger puffy paws, if you're sewing them as is, they do take quite a while to sew. So if you're a wee bit impatient, it might not be the pair of paws for you. And if you're doing short paws in short fabric, you can, well, not just short paws, if you're doing it in short fabric, another thing you can do is put some foam stabilizer on the inside. You might be able to get a nice pair of hollow paws that way. is this fabric called Pelon, which is a kind of foam stabilizer. They've got all different kinds of stabilizers, but they do a foam stabilizer which has adhesive on it. I used that on the inside of one of my rabbit paws on the palm side. It made some nice paws that were nice and soft. They were really warm, but they were soft. So if you are adding foam, just be aware that it will add heat as well. This is the last few stitches. So tomorrow for me is going to be sewing the other paw because I've only sewn one paw today. The other thing as well is with leaving that small wee gap on the cuff, on the binding, if you want, you can actually add some elastic in through that hole, which is really convenient if you have very small wrists. I have very small wrists, so I usually add elastic to the cuff of alming. I do wish I'd done a contrast cuff because these are very blue, but that's what we've done. That's the last one. Yep, it's back at the beginning again. Okay, so knot your stitch, and we are going to bury the thread into the cuff. Don't need to go far, just like an inch or so. Pull it tight and trim it. And that's your paw finished. The other kites. So there's a couple ways you can do these kind of paws. So I like to do long fur on the palm, just cause it's nice and pretty. So I've got long fur on the palms, and I like to sometimes do a shaved gradient on the top. Other times I just do all long. If you do all long, you don't need to add any padding into the top of the top of the paw. Okay, but yeah, dexterity is not too bad. Got nice wee square claws. So thanks for sticking with me for a good 5 hours. If you do make anything with my 5-finger puffy pattern, if you use the hashtag made with Missrars, or even tag me on Twitter, Instagram, you name it, I'd love to see what you make. And with that, I'm going to have some dinner now, because it is 5 PM now here. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.